everyone. Bonjour à tous. I am Mel Kapp. I'm the chair of the board of directors of Canadian Blood Services, président du conseil d'administration de la Société canadienne du sang. This is really an innovation. We have a hybrid board meeting. The last 3 open board meetings have been fully virtual. But today, the board members and the executive management team are gathered in person at our head office in Ottawa, although we're in a large hotel room, following all COVID-19 safety measures and vaccination requirements, of course. So thank you all for joining us virtually. Hopefully, larger in-person gatherings will be possible again by next year, maybe, hopefully soon. In the spirit of our organization's values, which include integrity and respect, we begin our proceedings by acknowledging the traditional territory from which we're presenting. We're gathered in the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. The Algonquins are the customary keepers and defenders of the Ottawa River watershed. And the National Capital Region is home to many Indigenous peoples from all across the country. Recognizing traditional territory in this way is a formal expression of appreciation for Indigenous cultures across Canada, and one we're glad to include in our meetings. Today, being December 3rd, I did want to recognize International Day of Persons with Disabilities and International Brain Health Day. It's also my birthday. On this day, we're reminded of our responsibility to better understand disability issues and promote the rights and well-beings of persons with disabilities in all parts of society. I'd also like to acknowledge provinces. In particular, BC, but also Newfoundland and Labrador and the Maritime provinces as well, that have been suffering with this severe rainfall. We know that communities across these provinces have or may be impacted, and our thoughts are with them. We are grateful for emergency personnel and crews who are on site. As the National Transfusion and Transplantation System, Canadian Blood Services is monitoring the situation closely with our local emergency response teams. While some donation events have been postponed or canceled, we're managing blood inventory by leveraging our national reserves. When inclement weather impacts one area for donations, we can pull inventory from other areas of the country and, if needed, then ensure that hospitals and patient needs are met. Bon courage aux provinces touchées. One final thought before I introduce the board and executive management teams. Earlier this week, I had the privilege of attending our Honoring Canada's Lifeline event. At this annual and national event, we got to hear from people all over the country, doing incredibly selfless things to keep Canada's lifelines strong. Volunteers were honored at this event, and individuals recruiting friends to make donations, fundraisers, and blood, plasma, and organ and tissue donors were all in attendance too. Each one demonstrating the powerful ways they support this process and this organization and their commitment to helping those in need. It was a welcome reminder that what we do matters as we strive to help every patient, meet every need, and serve every Canadian. That event showed how Canadians come forth to help. J'aimerais maintenant vous présenter les
I'd like to introduce you now to the members of our board.
Canadian Blood Services and play a key role in management accountability. The board consists of 13 people appointed by the organization's corporate members, the provincial and territorial ministers of health. So let me begin. I've introduced myself already. Let me start at the end of the table here and introduce or ask David Lieberg to introduce himself. David?
Thanks, Mel. Good morning. I'm David Lieberg from Toronto.
Vic?
Good morning. My name is Victor Young. I'm from St. John's, Newfoundland.
And please turn off your mics, and we'll go to Jeff.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Scott. I'm from Halifax in Nova Scotia.
And it's Dr. Scott. Anne.
Hi, it's Anne McFarlane from Saanich, British Columbia.
Craig.
Craig Knight from Victoria, British Columbia.
Glenda.
Good morning. I'm Glenda Yates from Ottawa.
And Glenda is the vice chair of the board. Brian.
Good morning. My name is Brian Postal. I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba.
And Brian is going to be the incoming chair of the board, and so congratulations to Brian. Dunbar?
Good morning. I'm Dunbar Russell. I'm from Toronto, Ontario.
And Judy?
Good morning. I'm Judy Steele from Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Bob?
Good morning. I'm Bob Adkins from Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Kelly?
Good morning. I'm Kelly Butt from London, Ontario.
Thank you all. As you can see, we cover the country with excluding Quebec, and I want to pause for a moment here to thank, in particular, two outgoing board members. This will be their last official board meeting because their 4-year term has come to an end, and in both their cases, it's actually they've served 2 terms, and so it's 8 years. Craig Knight and Dunbar Russell. I want to thank you very much for your service. Your contributions and expertise have helped in our decision-making and have been extremely valuable as we've worked to effectively govern and guide Canada's transfusion and transplantation system. And so thank you both. And as I noted earlier, Dr. Brian Postal will take over my seat as board chair. And as my 4-year term is up, I will be stepping down as well. Brian's extensive career in medicine and his experience with leadership and governance will all serve him well in this position, and indeed serve Canadian Blood Services well in turn, and serve Canadians well as well. Congratulations, Brian. Next, I'd like to introduce our executive management team, who are responsible for the management of the organization. Voici maintenant l'équipe de la haute direction.
Here's our management team.
Pauline Port. Pauline, can you introduce yourself?
Pauline Port. I'm the Chief Financial Officer and the VP of Corporate Services.
And we'll go around the table, and next, Christian.
Good morning. I'm Christian Choquet, Vice President of Quality and Regulatory Affairs.
Ron?
Good morning. Bonjour. Ron Vézina, le vice-président des affaires publiques.
Ralph?
Good morning.
You're on.
Good morning. Ralph Michaelis, Chief Information Officer.
Bonjour. Jean-Paul Bédard, vice-président aux produits plasmatiques.
Plasma products.
Supply Chain Officer and Vice President of Donor Relations.
Thank you. And Judy?
Good morning, everyone. Judy Leach Bennett, Vice President, General Counsel, and Chief Risk Officer.
Israel?
I'm Ezra Levy. I'm the Vice President of Medical Affairs and Innovation.
And it's Dr. Levy. Andrew?
Good morning, bonjour. Andrew Pateman, Vice President, People, Culture, and Performance.
Thanks. And before we introduce Yasmin, let me turn to Pauline, who will actually introduce our new arrival and new member of the executive management team.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Radzak was hired to be our first ever Chief Diversity Officer very recently. In fact, this is her 3rd day on the job. She was selected after an extensive search and a rigorous interview process. She has a breadth of experience that will help her fulfill the role, which is to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion across our organization and to enact meaningful and sustainable change. Dr. Radzak will support ongoing efforts to further modify our processes and policies and help cultivate a donor base and workforce that more fully reflects Canada's population. I'm grateful to have her on the Canadian Blood Services team and extend to her a very warm welcome. One more thing I'd like to say while I have the floor is to thank you, Mr. Chair. Your term as chair of the board is coming to a close, and it's been a very interesting 4 years, sadly, most recently plagued by virtual meetings. Your leadership and governance expertise has been invaluable these past few years. Thank you for your service, and back over to you.
Thanks very much, Pauline, and thank you for those kind words. You will have noticed that Dr. Graham Scher, the CEO of the organization, is not here. Unfortunately, he suffered a death in the family, and so this was actually happened this week, and so he has unfortunately had to miss the meeting. And we miss him indeed and wish him all good wishes. And certainly a warm welcome to Yasmin. Let me just make a couple of very quick comments about my conclusion on the board of Canadian Blood Services. I guess what I want to convey is that what we do matters. And that became clear in the conversation around honoring Canada's Lifeline. This is about life and death. This is about saving people. And running Canada's Lifeline is hugely important for people. It only matters when it matters. And I want to have a particular call out to the dedicated and committed staff of Canadian Blood Services. From coast to coast to coast, we have phlebotomists, medical doctors, microbiologists, and people working in our plants who are producing blood products. We have people working on stem cells in the stem cell lab. We have drivers of trucks who move shipments across the country. We have people who suffered in that extraordinary storm in British Columbia, one driver sleeping in his truck for 3 nights. I mean, this was an extraordinary commitment. And we have the volunteers who hand out cookies and juice, which is actually medically required and after donors have given blood. And we actually rely on these people like volunteers. And everyone, whether you have given blood or plasma or stem cells or participated in organ donation and transplantation, whether you've received or know someone who has received blood or plasma or stem cells or organs and tissues, it has been a privilege for me to serve on this organization and to serve the people of Canada. I realize now that I've excluded by accident one of our board members who is in Alberta, and Lorraine Musqua is on the line, and she's calling in. And Lorraine, perhaps you could just introduce yourself and tell us where you are.
Good morning, everybody. Lorraine Musqua, Alberta. I'm in Northern Alberta in Treaty 8 territory. Thank you, Mel.
Lorraine Musqua in Treaty 8 territory in Alberta. Thanks very much, Lorraine. I apologize for out of sight, out of mind. I know. I apologize. So look, we have an agenda here. Anyone have anything they want to add or take off? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve. From Glenda, seconded by Dunbar. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, it's approved. Thank you. We always take a moment to allow for declarations of conflict of interest. As I said yesterday, and I will repeat now, if anyone feels that they have a conflict of interest, please say so now or at any point during the conversation. Are there any conflicts of interest? I see none. Thank you. So we now come to a part of every one of our board meetings where, to remind us, and as I said earlier in the week, we had Honoring Canada's Lifeline, where we were reminded of why we do this. But we always start with a patient's story, and today is no different. So we have a guest speaker joining us to share a little bit about the importance of connection along Canada's Lifeline. So please welcome Colin McPhee and Jerry Corcoran. Colin and Jerry.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
And happy birthday to the chairman. Very special day. Well, I guess I'll start off. I just want to thank everybody for asking Colin and I to join your meeting. My journey started in 2018. Prior to that, I used to always give blood. Then 2018, I was diagnosed with AML, leukemia. And it went through the cycle of diagnosed, started treatment July 1st. And that continued on till about the end of October, 1st of November, and I was in remission. And this all took place at the Health Sciences Center in Halifax, is where my treatment occurred. I live on PEI, but they didn't have the treatment here. So I basically spent 6 months in Halifax with getting my treatment. Then I went into remission, and was great for 6 months. And then in April of 2019, it was back. At that point, back to Halifax, and the odds weren't great. But anyway, went through some more chemo. My brother was a match. It ended up he wasn't well enough to give to me. So then they went looking in the World Bank. First person they contacted was a match, declined. And then the second person happens to be Colin. He came through. So I ended up receiving a stem cell transplant in October of 2019, and few bad months for sure. But since then, I've been great. I've had no graft versus host. Just had my second anniversary checkup with Halifax, virtually, of course, now that everything is virtual. Blood work is great, no sign of rejection, and all donor cells. This all happens as a result of the Canadian Blood Services, CBS. I can't thank you enough for the treatment and just getting the stem cells from Ottawa to Halifax within a very short period of time. It was just amazing. And as a result of all your hard work and the board, this happens. And there's just so many like me, very thankful for people like you. So I'll turn it over to Colin.
That was perfect, Jerry. And you're right, it is a big shout out to Canadian Blood Services, because now we have this great friendship, all because of them putting us together. And it was great to tell everyone, me and Jerry finally got to meet up, I think a year and a half later after the procedure. And it was amazing to see that she's been doing so well. You know, that's all that's in the past, and she's thriving now. And I just want to say more people should do this. It was an easy procedure. It took me 8 hours of just sitting in a chair, relaxing, watching a movie, giving my stem cells. And it took 3 minutes for Jerry to feel better. And it's changed her life, and it has changed my life. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Wow. Thank you so much, Colin and Jerry. That is a wonderful story. And Jerry, we really wish you all good health. And obviously Colin does too. So all the very best. This really does remind us why this is important work. And so thanks again for your story. Let me turn then to the report of the chair. So while the realities of COVID-19 still linger, and Jerry obviously got caught in the middle of it, but thankfully it worked out for her. But it's still affecting many aspects of our lives. The rollout of vaccinations have helped greatly, and all I can do is urge everyone to get vaccinated. It really matters. I've now had my 3 doses, my booster as well. And we're glad to say, very happy to say, that our workforce is now fully vaccinated. So everybody in working in Canadian Blood Services clinics, manufacturing facilities, trucks and delivery facilities, and all that we do, all of our staff are fully vaccinated. And a large thank you to all those employees for doing their part to keep our environment safe. Canadian Blood Services engages in ongoing research to enhance our transfusion and transplantation system and to ensure the utmost safety. One of the most recent and exciting innovations we've implemented for the first time is pathogen-reduced platelets. This technology was licensed by Health Canada, which then asked Canadian Blood Services to validate its use, which our research teams have successfully done. Pauline will elaborate more on what this means for Canadians, but it's an exciting development for product safety, and we congratulate our research and innovation teams for their hard work. New plasma donation centers were opened in Lethbridge, Sudbury, and Kelowna, both on time and on budget. We're now working toward opening 2 additional centers, one here in Ottawa and one in Brampton, in the spring of 2022. In addition to these 2 plasma donor centers, planning is underway for 6 more plasma donation centers. And we're grateful to Health Canada for announcing their commitment to fund the startup costs for upcoming plasma donor sites. Acknowledging that funding approval is needed from provinces and territories to support the ongoing operational costs. Increased plasma collection will help to mitigate the risk to the Canadian supply of plasma for immunoglobulin. Another advancement in plasma this year was the expansion of our screening practices to enable some gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men to donate plasma at our centers in Calgary and London, Ontario. This was one important step in our ongoing journey toward creating a more inclusive blood system. And Pauline will have more to say about this about our next steps to helping ensure that participation in Canada's Lifeline is as minimally restrictive as possible without compromising the safety of biological products. The implications of the pandemic continue to affect our employees. The effect is different for those who come in and serve on the front lines and for those who are working at home. You can't take blood from a donor through Zoom. I want to acknowledge all the employees for their continued dedication to Canadian Blood Services, and a particular acknowledgement to those frontline employees who are working through the holidays to ensure the ongoing and essential operation of Canada's Lifeline. Before I invite Pauline to deliver the CEO's report, I wanted to touch on the importance of our open board meetings. These meetings provide the board with the opportunity to interact directly with Canadians, and we see this as a true privilege. The virtual setting of our meeting allows us to host an open question and answer session for members of the public as part of today's proceedings. If you're watching the webcast, please feel free to submit a question, and we will address as many as we can when we return from lunch at 1 o'clock, and we'll have up to 45 minutes if we can't answer your questions. C'est pour vous l'occasion de vous faire entendre.
It's your turn to be heard.
We've also set time to hear from our stakeholders who have formally registered to present to the board. This is an opportunity for us to learn from you, to better understand the issues that matter most to you. Ce que nous apprenons pendant
What we learn from these annual open board meetings allows us to be more informed in our decision-making.
following the Q&A session, which could be at 1:45 or perhaps even earlier. During that presentation process, individuals or a representative from a group will have 5 minutes each to address the board and raise those issues, and we will then respond. Merci encore à vous tous.
Thank you all very much, once again, who are present virtually today.
Over to you. And again, regrets for Graham, sure, not being able to be present. Pauline.
It's my pleasure to present the strategic and operational performance for the first 6 months of our year. Some of the highlights in the first 6 months is that we reviewed our strategic plan to ensure it remained relevant in the changed context of the pandemic. Product safety, donor experience, employee experience, and a deep commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion remains at the forefront of our minds. We continue to deliver safe, high-quality products while ensuring fiscal responsibility. And we continue to successfully manage the impacts of COVID-19 and make contributions to clinical research. So what you can see on the slides is the 4 areas, main areas of our business. So for fresh blood products, we continue to successfully manage our inventory levels. And as mentioned by our chair, when there was a close down, provincial close down, lockdown, we did have the donor recruitment that tended to tail off, but we have been very agile, adjusted our plans, increased recruitment, and we have stable inventory. Under plasma protein and related products, we mitigated the impacts of COVID-19 on the global supply of immune globulin. And you're going to be hearing a lot in the presentation about immune globulin and plasma, and as mentioned, immune globulin is made from plasma, and it's a very important product. It treats many different indications, but really it treats primary immunodeficiency, so it's a very important product for the world, but also for Canadians. We also increased our Canadian plasma supply. And that's important given the effects on the global supply chain. In stem cells, what we saw is a shutdown of in-person recruitment for stem cells. And the team moved to recruiting digitally and through the website. And organs and tissues, they rebounded from significant declines caused by pandemic, and I'll speak a little bit later on what was closed down because of the pandemic. Right now, I would like to hand it over to Dr. Isra Levy to speak about clinical research and policies related to COVID-19 and ongoing surveillance.
Many thanks to you, Pauline, and thanks to the board members and the public for being here and interested in this material. I'm going to speak to 4 or 5 slides before handing it back to Pauline. The first is indeed to let you know about some of our clinical research that's been started up in order to address the COVID pandemic. And when I say our, I mean the network that Canadian Blood Services supports, a network of hematologists, scientists, and researchers across the country not all employed by Canadian Blood Services by a long shot, but with whom we have research partnerships. I'm going to talk briefly about two of these projects. The first, some of you may have heard about from earlier in this year, and some of the international press that was associated with it, is a study known as CONCOR-1, which really stands for Convalescent Plasma Research. CONCOR-1 was one of several studies that was started up towards near the beginning of the emergence of the pandemic, and really aimed to determine whether or not convalescent plasma was a viable treatment for individuals with COVID-19. Convalescent plasma in this context means plasma that has been purified and is particularly active against the causative agent, in this case COVID-19, because individuals who have been ill with COVID-19 are the donors for this particular plasma. And so we would see the antibodies that the natural human body creates. And the thought is we're providing passive immunization for individuals which will help fight the disease. So investigators thought that this convalescent plasma could reduce the risk of intubation or death from the virus, and that was the nature of the study that was initiated. In the middle of 2020, then, an international research team, which was led by two people well known to our board members. One is Donnie Arnold from the McMaster Center for Transfusion Research, and the other, Jeannie Callum at University of Toronto at the time, the Quest Transfusion Research Program. Both of those programs are supported by Canadian Blood Services. So they teamed up with another colleague out of Centre Hospitalier de la Université de Montréal, Philippe Bégin, and launched this clinical trial. Now, unfortunately, the trial was stopped early because international research international results were emerging, suggesting that this was not an effective treatment for the purpose it was intended. I say unfortunately because we were left without a treatment, but the good news is that we advanced the scientific knowledge, and a negative trial, we often say, is still a success. Nevertheless, we have to contribute to future studies, and it's really Canadian Blood Services with Héma-Québec that are the only entities in Canada that are positioned to provide convalescent plasma. And so there are a variety of additional studies that are planned to better understand the antibody functions associated with convalescent plasma and see if they can be used for patients with COVID-19. This, of course, impacts not only our research program, but very much our operations, because we have to recruit donors who have been ill with COVID-19 and obtain the plasma from them. The other project that I want to speak to particularly, or body of work that I want to speak to particularly, is that which resulted in the identification of the cause of a very rare vaccine side effect that emerged relatively early in the vaccination program, and that side effect really emerges only with one of the adenoviral vaccine vectors based vaccines, adenoviral based vaccine that has been used internationally. And our research partners were able to develop a diagnostic test for this entity, which is now known as vaccine-induced thrombotic thrombocytopenia, a clotting disorder associated with, as I say, adenoviral vector vaccines. So that was something that Canada could be proud of, and certainly that we're proud of. That these McMaster-based researchers really set the stage for the international community in understanding vaccine-induced thrombotic thrombocytopenia. But the other piece that is of interest to Canadian Blood Services is that for those individuals that develop this side effect, it appears that early administration of high-dose intravenous immunoglobulin may be an important adjunct therapy for the management of the condition. So these examples show the benefit, I think, of having a well-established research network and reinforces the importance of establishing clinical trials networks from a research point of view, something that we're involved in planning for the future of the research program. And they also demonstrate the importance, I think, of our products, particularly on the plasma side. I'll go to the next slide just to talk briefly about another part of the COVID response, really of the country, that we contribute to and that we're particularly proud of.
Israel, just before you go on, could I
Sure.
just ask a question about the last slide?
Absolutely.
About the VITT. Is that research, can that research possibly help us deal with VITT in response to other adenovirus vaccines?
Yes, in theory, because what we're doing is advancing the generic principles of the knowledge around how these vaccines work and what some of the unanticipated side effects might be. And so they do become part of the body of knowledge that's applicable to future vaccines and other vaccines. Thank you. So I'll carry on just briefly to mention the seroprevalence work that we've been doing now for almost a year and a half to assist really the Canadian public health authorities in understanding the epidemiology of COVID-19. So we've now tested a cumulative total of almost 250,000 samples from blood donors. This is obviously not representative entirely of the Canadian population because only certain people in the Canadian population can donate, people of the age of 18, people who are healthy in particular. So it really is only a proxy indicator of what's happening in the community, but a very good proxy indicator and probably one of the best that there is. So our work is welcomed and supported by the Public Health Agency of Canada on behalf of the public health system. And what we've demonstrated and shown for decision makers and policy makers is that the vaccine has in fact worked. There's been good uptake in our population, in the donor population. It's better than in the Canadian population at large. We have now, as of September, we're seeing about 97% of our donors cumulatively across the country are vaccinated. But what's really interesting is that we've shown something that was really suspected. Because we're able in the seroprevalence studies to determine whether the antibodies that we're looking for are antibodies related to natural infection as opposed to vaccine-induced antibodies. We're able to separate those out. And we've been able to see that donors who live in affluent neighborhoods and have higher seroprevalence rates against from vaccine-induced antibodies compared to those living in the most materially deprived neighborhoods. Conversely, those living in materially deprived neighborhoods relative to affluent neighborhoods have higher rates of natural infections. So this is something that from an equity point of view, public health authorities are concerned about, and our information is helpful to them as they plan additional vaccination programs and other public health interventions. We have seen in the fall of this year, we've seen natural infections in most provinces, not Alberta, but most provinces. We see natural infections settling out and plateauing, which is, of course, hopefully because we have a plateau in the epidemiology and won't see sharp spikes up and additional waves as serious as we've seen the first 4 waves. because of vaccination. Of course, the mutations are going to be the open question as to whether new mutations create surges, and we'll be able to identify those through the seroprevalence work. So those are the special initiatives that I wanted to draw to your attention. I'll speak briefly about more of the routine work, if we can move to the next slide. We, as board members will know, on a daily basis, our microbiology team monitors the international scientific developments and information for about 12.5 known pathogens that are of relevance to the blood system, blood and organ donation system. And there are 3 in particular that I wanted to just mention today. We do keep a literally daily eye on many more. But the ones that I wanted to mention, because I know they're of particular interest for different reasons. First, West Nile virus. West Nile virus is a virus spread by mosquitoes usually, but known to be transfusion transmissible. We know we see West Nile virus at certain times of the year in Canada, and we've developed now algorithms that allow us to do focus testing based both on geographical areas where we've seen West Nile virus, as well as seasonal changes. So we only do the testing in the summer. And every year we do detect donors who have, in fact, got West Nile virus in their blood, and so we selectively defer donations from those areas. This year we've only seen 11, and we're at the end of the season, so that's a sort of routine operational procedure at this time, but obviously a lot rests on it. The other 2 that are on the slide, Babesia and hepatitis E, I would say are in a state of consistency compared with respect to the last time we reported on these. Babesia, we're monitoring closely because we know that it continues to present a low risk to the blood supply, but nevertheless a risk. Theoretical at least, because Babesia, which is an infection that is spread by the black-legged tick and caused by a bacterial agent known as Babesia microti, can cause very, very mild symptoms in individuals, but when it spreads through blood, it can be quite serious, and there have been many cases of transfusion-related transmission in the United States relating to the epidemiological pattern of where the ticks are found and how the ticks are moving across the geographical areas. And certainly this can cause death. So in the United States, we see about 1,500 cases now a year, and we're monitoring very closely cases in blood donors. And so we're monitoring very closely whether and when we might have to do something about that. We have had 1 case of transfusion-transmitted babesiosis in this country. It was in 1998. And since then, we've just undertaken the active surveillance. So at this stage, our estimated residual risk of babesia is about 1 in 12 and a half, that we'd see 1 every 12.5 years. Go ahead, Mel, please.
Once Anne has a question.
So thank you very much. Isra, coming from British Columbia, as you know, we're experiencing floods, and I know Nova Scotia is as well. One of the things that you think about is whether or not these unusual weather events will change the configuration of pathogens that are around and about. And how are you dealing with looking at that and the general issue around climate change and pathogens?
Yeah, thanks very much. And the fundamental approach is to monitor the epidemiology of the vectors. So we will be looking closely in real time as to where we see the entities that help the life cycle of any particular virus or bacteria or even parasite move geographically. For sure, the climate change pieces create all kinds of questions and require us to be really vigilant about monitoring the entomological spread. So where, in this case, the ticks are becoming more prevalent, and then we network with other entities and other research groups that are also monitoring not only where the ticks are, but what proportion of the ticks might be infected. This is not only for Babesia, it's for all tick-borne infections. We do the same for mosquito-borne infections, which is one of the things that West Nile virus is mosquito-borne. So it is a layered approach where we're tracking epidemiology at different levels, the vectors, the pathogens themselves, and the rates and proportions of these that allow us to do the risk calculations.
Thank you.
No problem. So I'll just speak briefly, if I can just carry on this slide, to hepatitis E. This is something that we know is a risk. I think it's lower, it's a higher risk in Europe, and the Europeans do testing for hepatitis E because this is quite common in certain parts of the world where hepatitis E is fundamentally spread predominantly through food and water. But similar to hepatitis A, healthy people often don't get very sick, and so they're able to carry the hepatitis E and could spread it through transfusions. Right now, our approach to hepatitis E is high degree of clinical vigilance, and we continue to do risk assessments periodically for these kinds of things. So these are pathogens that we've got our eyes on closely. If I can go to the next slide, there are other pathogens that we know potentially can cause transfusion transmission, but because we deem them low risk, they haven't been a problem, we don't monitor them on a daily basis. We just keep a continued eye on them. And the two that have emerged as issues of interest for us over the last six months or so. The first is something called anaplasmosis. This is a disease caused again by a tick-borne bacterium. And we received reports in July from some of our hematology network clinicians. Jeannie Callum was the person to give us a call that alerted us to the fact that in certain parts of Ontario and Quebec, we were starting to see higher than predicted rates of anaplasmosis in the general population. So because this is something that can be transmitted through blood transfusion, we did do an investigation of cases that were showing up. Now, not all cases, but certainly in the geographically affected area, we talked to the clinicians and lab-based scientists really to ascertain whether any of the identified cases that were exceeding the expected numbers had any transfusions or done any blood donations, and we found none. So we're keeping an eye now on the epidemiology, but we can certainly take some comfort that none of the patients in this particular cluster that was identified had any interaction with the blood system. The other one that we've been watching closely in the last 6 months or so is a hepatitis A outbreak from contaminated mangoes. So contamination of food sources is not that infrequent, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency often issue recalls This particular one raised our attention for two reasons. The first is hepatitis A could be transmitted through blood transfusion. So if this was going to be an outbreak that really took hold across the country, it could have created significant risk to the supply. And we have established mechanisms to exclude patients or people who might be infected with hepatitis A from becoming blood donors or temporary deferrals. But we certainly upped our antenna in terms of whether there'd be any relationship with this particular outbreak if it had become something that was very widespread. The other reason that it caused us to pay some attention to it is that one of the ways that hepatitis A outbreaks are managed in order to prevent the outbreaks from taking root is through the use of one of the plasma protein-related products that we carry in our formulary, something called Gamastan, which is hyperimmune hepatitis A antibody. And we did see in the early stages an unusually high run on our orders, so we wanted to be sure that our inventory didn't go out of control, and in fact, we were able to balance supply and demand quite comfortably. So I'm sorry for taking so long, but those were the pieces on the microbiology front that I wanted to cover. And then I also wanted to mention...
Just before you go on, perhaps, Brian?
Ezra, thanks. It's a great presentation. I'm just wondering about Lyme disease and whether you would have included that in the risk factors.
Thanks very much, Brian. It's a very interesting question. We get the question frequently because Lyme is one of the diseases from a public health perspective that we monitor closely in terms of how ticks, the entomology of ticks is changing in terms of geographical distribution. Lyme is not considered a transfusion-transmitted infection. So we work with the International Transfusion Transmissible Diseases groups, and the question's been studied repeatedly, and there's a high level of confidence that, in fact, Lyme does not transmit through transfusion. So we do keep an eye on the literature, but we're not. It's not something that's causing us any angst at the moment.
Jeff.
No, thank you. These are a great presentation. Looking at these organisms, I guess they all would be eliminated by pathogen reduction technology, and we heard that's being implemented. How is that going, and when might we expect to see this, at least for platelets and plasma, in the future?
Thanks, Jeff. Actually, that is in fact the holy grail for us, because in time we would hope that we can firstly be less anxious about some of these emerging issues, and secondly, perhaps even modify in due course the testing algorithms that we have at the moment for known pathogens that we screen for. We are on track to begin the pilot phase of our platelet pathogen-reduced inventory. Our plan is to do that in two phases. The first is going to be a limited part of the country that we're just really doing a test of how we do both in manufacturing and distribution, and then in the clinical use, whether we see changes in patterns of prescribing. That's essentially going to be going live in early January. That's the target for that. It'll be about 10 to 15% of our platelet inventory in the Eastern Ontario area. That we didn't want to mix inventories across the country, so we chose a geographical location to do that initial phase. And our plan is that we would have the entire platelet inventory pathogen reduced by the middle of the following year. So by the middle of 2023, we're intending to be pathogen reduced on our entire inventory. Our plasma pathogen reduction, we're going to be relying most heavily on I'm sorry, solvent detergent plasma. Thank you, Judy. On solvent detergent plasma, which is available already and which the clinicians really want to be using, particularly for individuals who have high plasma utilization needs. So individuals with thrombocytopenia need a lot of plasma, obviously at higher risk of infection if just by virtue of their exposure. So we do already use solvent detergent plasma for those, and our intention is to have 100% of the inventory pathogen reduced within the next year and a half or so. That's formed part of our plans. The soft underbelly on pathogen reduction remains the fact that we can't pathogen reduce red cells at this time. There is no technology that is available anywhere in the world for pathogen reducing red blood cells. So the other important part of our pathogen reduction program is the research work, and we're working with industry and bench scientists to advance that agenda as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to hearing the progress. It's a great innovation that we're introducing.
Thank you, Jeff. And thanks, Judy. If I can carry on, thanks. Just to mention one last point in the area of issues of safety of the blood supply from a microbiological contamination point of view. We've been monitoring a situation in New Brunswick now for a little over 2 years, where we've been keeping our eye on news reports of a cluster of individuals that are believed to have a neurological syndrome that is unusual but is similar to prion disease, most classically Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. And so we've kept an eye on this cluster as it's emerged. Since early this year, we've been in close contact with the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease surveillance system at the Public Health Agency of Canada and with New Brunswick Public Health, because we learned that the cluster had become quite large, more than 40 suspected cases, and that there was going to be some epidemiological work done with respect to this cluster. So we wanted to be proactive and be a part of the questions that were going to be asked in terms of identifying whether, if this turns out to be something that is significant from a public health perspective, whether there's any risk of this being related to the blood or organ stem cell transfusion and transplantation systems. So we did work with the researchers early in the year. We did request some questions get included in any epidemiological work that was done. And in late October, the New Brunswick government did release a report publicly on some epidemiological work that's been done. There's also a clinical case review underway, but that report is not out at this time. The epidemiological report essentially was inconclusive in terms of whether there is any causative agent, either a microbiological agent or a toxin, that is related or associated with this cluster of individuals. But one of the things that piqued our interest was that, based on the requests we had made for additional questions to be included, we discovered that of the 48 individuals, 34 had agreed to be interviewed, and of those, 15 had either received a blood donation, a blood transfusion, made a blood donation, or both. No individuals were involved in any transplants. But because of that, we're interested in really following this through to its ultimate conclusion. And even before the New Brunswick government itself reaches any conclusions beyond what has been articulated, we're now in partnership or communication with the New Brunswick public health authorities to obtain the patient-level information. We'll get consent, and we'll do our own exploratory work, starting with a look-back investigation, just to really satisfy ourselves that we know what's going on and that we've taken every measure we can to be sure that the blood system is entirely safe and isn't associated in any way with this cluster. So that concludes what I thought would be just a couple of minutes. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Dr. Levy. So just moving on to look at the supply and demand of fresh blood components. With lower COVID-19 cases and easing of provincial restrictions, we've seen the demand for fresh blood products increase in the first half of the year. As I've said, over the course of the pandemic, we've seen volatility in demand. And this chart reflects what we're seeing. On the left-hand side, you can see the red blood cell shipments. Those are the bar charts. And the whole blood collections are increasing as you move further into Q1 and Q2 of the year. And on the right-hand side, you can see the red blood cell inventory and discard rates. And what's that showing is that in the summer, that's our Q1, inventory dipped, and then it came back in Q2. Again, it's a stable inventory. We're meeting demand, but it isn't the ideal inventory that we like to have. Discard rate, you can see it's the line, and discard rates come down when we have a lower inventory and tend to increase slightly as we increase our inventory level. This talks about plasma protein and the related products and some of the new items that we have on the formulary. So one of the new items, it's not new, but it's a new indication for this item. It's the use of emicizumab or Hemlibra, and it's the expanded use for patients with severe hemophilia A. This was possible due to a successful collaborative process, and it included patient groups and our provincial and territorial funders. It led to positive outcomes and improved system performance. It's now available for clinicians to request for patients who meet eligibility criteria. And this was the first review of an interim review process between Canadian Blood Services and CADTH, and we met all timelines and all steps in the process. Another new item is Haegarda. It's a C1 esterase inhibitor, and it's for patients with hereditary angioedema. There were also new processes that were adopted to increase efficiency. One was a refreshed Canadian Blood Services named patient contract process. And the named patient contract request form has been updated to better support patient care and understand patient needs. At the beginning of the presentation, we had talked about the demand for immune globulin. These charts talk to the demand for immune globulin, and we're seeing some interesting trends. When you look at the chart on the left, what you can see in the bar chart is IVIG and subcutaneous IG. And IVIG, that's intravenous, and it's usually given at a clinic or hospital setting. And subcutaneous IG, it can be delivered by the patient at home. What we see, and we call all of that together immune globulin or IG, pre-pandemic, we were seeing increases year over year of 8% in use of the product. Now the trend that we're seeing is 4%. So we're not back at the pre-pandemic rate. Some of the reasons that we may be seeing this is that procedures were delayed in the hospital and those procedures that require IG, so there was no need for them. Patients, we speculate patients may not have wanted to go to the hospital and expose themselves during COVID. Better infection control led to less infections for people and less need for the use of IG. And the provinces and territories, with an abundance of caution, concerned about the global supply, put in some measures to help manage IG. So all that is what we speculate is leading to the reduction from year-over-year increases of 8% to year-over-year increases of 4% that we're seeing now. Even within the IVIG, pre-pandemic, we saw 5 to 6% year-over-year. It's now 3%. And the subcutaneous, we saw 20 to 25% pre-pandemic. We're now seeing 6%. So moving on to stem cell, the stem cell registry, where the growth of that remains a challenge. Part of the reason is in-person events were canceled, so they're no longer occurring. And so the team shifted to online or digital recruitment of donors. They're looking at for digital recruitment, education for the public, and sharing stories, what it means to be a stem cell donor and what the process entails. And in terms of the digital and the website, they're looking at why some people abandon the full registration before completing it. So that is work that is continuing. This chart just shows that that the total number of Canadian patients receiving a stem cell transplant is on the rise after it was trending downwards. It trended downwards because borders were closed. Stem cells is really an international type of registry. And when the borders went down, we saw that decrease. This is an interesting one, our cord blood units for transplant. And if you look at Q4, you can see that there was a high uptake. This is Canadians for cord blood. We speculate that is because of the issues of obtaining product internationally. People did look at the cord blood, which we had within our borders. The organ and tissue donation and transplantation has been working on many of their processes. There's a public awareness and education materials to support living kidney donation. And it's called My Transplant Coach and My Paired Donation Coach. And it can be found on blood.ca under organs and tissues / living organ donation. It's an online video-based decision aid for patients with kidney failure. And there's a digital library of videos, stories sharing the living donor kidney experience. There was significant contributions were made to system-level reporting, and we continue to work in partnership with Health Canada's Organ Donation and Transplantation Collaborative. Their 3 high-priority projects are governance, interprovincial organ sharing, national data systems, and reporting. In this chart, what we're looking at is there's 2 interprovincial organ sharing programs for kidneys, and both operate on the technology platform, and it's called the Canadian Transplant Registry. On the left-hand side is the kidney paired donor program, and we call it the KPD. And what that does, it really facilitates living donor transplants by identifying compatible donors among incompatible donor-recipient pairs, and then making a chain of those pairs. So what you can see on the left-hand side is when you look at last year in 2021, you can see a very few. The reason for that is the program was paused for 8 weeks because of the pandemic. And then if you look at Q1, you can see that there was a huge increase once that was opened up. It's not back to its pre-pandemic level, but it is increasing. On the right-hand side is the highly sensitized patients. That provides deceased donor transplant for the most difficult to match patients. It wasn't paused, and it's rebounded more quickly than the kidney paired donation area. We continue on in terms of innovative research and development to meet changing patient needs. Dr. Levy mentioned the development of work on pathogen-reduced platelets. We've also done research to improve red blood cell utilization, and we've joined a consortium to establish international standards for a more precise genomics-based blood typing test that will make transfusion safer for patients globally. What this demonstrates is the importance of applying in-house research expertise to real-life questions in blood storage and blood banking. We continue to maintain our strategic plan, keeping the promise and its relevancy through the pandemic. It's been guided by insights gained since the pandemic, and we are sharpening our foresight to anticipate emerging challenges, proactively building long-term resilience to withstand future shocks, and building agility to respond more rapidly to unforeseen events. The pandemic has led us to deepen our focus in automation and digitalization, the future of work, and enhancing products and services, and I'll speak briefly to these as we move forward. So we did talk before. I'm not going to spend very long. This is really the pathogen inactivated platelets. Dr. Levy mentioned this to us, and I'll just reiterate, this is a game changer for us because it gives an additional safety layer for patients against viruses, bacteria, parasites, etc. We continued to focus on the donor experience during the pandemic, and I would ask Rick Prinzen, the Chief Supply Chain Officer, to speak briefly on this, please.
Yes, thank you, Pauline. And I know the board is aware that this is a very exciting and important area of development for Canadian Blood Services. I would say that not only have we continued to focus on donor experience during the pandemic, but in fact we've matured our capabilities quite significantly. We have an ambition statement, and it contains three very core components, one being easy, second being personal, and a third being feeling valued. We've expanded and deepened the voice of the donor across multiple product areas, and we've built voice of the donor changes into all of the activities that would be likely to have a donor touch point. We've always imagined that retention would be a good proxy for donor experience, and we're delighted to report that we're seeing some of the highest retention rates that we have over a number of years, being north of 80% against the active donor base, and having improved it by 7.4% versus this time last year. And a proxy for easy might be self-serve, and in the self-serve appointment bookings, we are seeing rates at over 80%. So that continues to improve month over month. And now with the absence of in-community events that Pauline had alluded to, we're really spending a lot of time, particularly in the stem cell area, to ensure that the online experience for donors remains extremely robust and of a very positive nature. And then finally, we're also working diligently to look at ways to more completely understand motivations and barriers associated with diverse communities that are interested to join Canada's Lifeline.
Just hold on, Rick, and Jeff, question.
Thanks, Rick. It's great to see 82% digitally booked appointments, but we've all been watching the news from Newfoundland and Labrador about how the system, which people couldn't get appointments. I'm just wondering if you could or someone could comment on how safe it is from a technology point of view for all the what we're seeing, the attacks that take place on parts of the health system.
Ralph, Ralph Michaelis, could you comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Pauline. We do have, it is safe because we've got the safeguards in place, the controls in place, where we can actually monitor people's activity, and we can also monitor threat vectors. And we've had a few instances where we have been attacked from a cyber perspective, but we've been able to manage those quite nicely with the controls that we've got in place.
Thank you.
So on to growing domestic supply for Canadian patients, and that's plasma to make immune globulin. We have operated in Sudbury, Lethbridge, and Kelowna, opened there. We're going to be opening in Ottawa and Brampton, on track to open in spring 2022. And we're looking for future sites for 6 additional plasma centers. I'd just like to mention that we've increased our sufficiency in plasma. Historically, several years ago, was 13%. We are now at 15%. This shows the sites that I'd mentioned. Sudbury was the first one to be opened. And we've collected over 18,000 liters of source plasma, and we're at 99% to target to date. This just gives a little pictogram of the sites. As mentioned, we're working with Health Canada on a contribution agreement to establish sites over 22-23 and 23-24. The contribution agreement we're talking about is $20 million funding. Approval is needed from the provinces and territories to support ongoing operational costs. So another key focus area for...
Just a second.
Sorry.
Kelly?
Pauline, in plasma, are our donor recruitment and retention rates similar to whole blood, or are they different?
I will ask Jean-Paul Bedard to comment, please.
No, there are definitely a lot of similarities between whole blood and plasma. But there are differences. So when you look at Sudbury, Lethbridge, and Kelowna, these were transition markets. So we used to operate in whole blood. We're not only operating for plasma collection. So what we've done is initially focus on transitioning all blood donors to plasma donation, and now we're focused on new donors. But overall, generally speaking, there are similar processes.
So another key focus area is employee experience. And one of the areas we launched is a new Future of Work program. And in that program, there's 3 core components. It's frontline experience, and in that we're looking at scheduling and timekeeping and intact teams. We're also looking at technology, and that's technology not only for the frontline but for all employees, so that would be automation and digitalization. And like many organizations, we're looking at hybrid work and what would that mean for us. In early 2022, we'll release the People Promise to define what it means to work at Canadian Blood Services and what is expected from people, and we'll also use that as a recruitment tool. We proactively acted throughout the year to support mental health and well-being and physical well-being. What is particularly important to note is that we moved beyond the traditional programming like the Employee Assistance Program and long-term disability. There's a heavy focus on identifying and addressing early warning signs of employees who are struggling. It also emphasized the destigmatization on mental health and also the role that the leaders play. We have started mental health first aid training, and it will be rolled out to all people managers, and they'll all be taking it. And as initially mentioned, we deployed a vaccine policy to ensure a fully vaccinated workplace. In diversity, equity, and inclusion, we welcomed our Chief Diversity Officer. As part of that, and in early learnings at this board meeting, we will be looking at the language we use around diversity, equity, and inclusion. We'll be building an institutional culture of inclusive excellence, and that will require leaders who are willing to understand and address systematic discrimination and inequity, and acquire the knowledge and tools on how to change that. The executive management team has taken comprehensive training on the impacts of colonialization, cultural humility, and safety. And mandatory at all levels is training with respect to inclusion for the LGBTQ+ and trans community, employees with disabilities, and psychological safety. Now I will pass it on to Dr. Levy to talk about what are we doing in the diversity, equity, and inclusion with respect to our donors.
Yeah, many thanks again. I really want to just speak to this slide and update you on the evolving eligibility for GBMSM men, gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men. You'll recall that at our last open board meeting in June, we said that we intended to move now towards a sexual behavior-based screening for all donors. And we at Canadian Blood Services have been working really diligently over the last few months on a submission that we'll be providing to Health Canada as our regulator. And that will be imminently submitted to Health Canada, I'd say certainly before the end of the calendar year, but likely even before that. The submission is premised on the knowledge that sexual behavior, not sexual orientation, determines the risk of sexual transmission of bloodborne pathogens. And if the submission is approved, then we'll be able to focus the donor screening criteria on higher risk sexual behavior, which is a paradigm shift from, as many of you will know, that behavior will be regardless of gender identity or sexuality or gender. And we can ask the questions of all donors and for all collection types. So specifically, the change would allow us to stop asking men if they've had sex with men, with any other man during our screening process. And many of you who followed our approach to this will know that it's a process that we began about a decade ago, specifically with the intention of making the service that we're so proud of here in Canada's Lifeline as minimally restrictive as possible, but always without compromising the safety of the biological products. So we certainly are governed in our work by the overall and overarching notion that safety of the blood supply is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we have continued to seek more evidence, which is now really, I think, overwhelming, that this change that we're contemplating will not compromise safety in any way. And that evidence really is the evidence that's informing us here comes from a variety of sources, including our own Health Canada-funded MSM research program, the risk modeling that we've done based on the Public Health Agency of Canada data, and international research that is published in a number of scientific articles. We've done extensive risk modeling based on this information. We've run that risk modeling by several scientific committees that are arm's length from our organization. And we've had them review the details of the evidence and the modeling that we've done. And uniformly, we've been pleased to know that they support our conclusions that blood safety will not be compromised by our proposed approach. So what our proposed approach does particularly is it no longer asks, as I said before, men or individuals who identify as men if they've had sex with another man at any point. It now asks the same questions, it would ask the same questions if approved, about sexual behavior, specifically in the context of new or multiple recent sexual partners. We'll be asking donors not only for that information, but then based on the answers to those questions, questions about anal sex. And that algorithm and sequencing of questions allows us to more precisely and reliably identify those who may have transfusion transmissible infections regardless of their sexual orientation or gender. So the proposed approach really allows for enhanced donor equity while ensuring the security of the blood supply. And if approved by Health Canada, and, which we know Health Canada often require many months to do their careful review of our submissions, but certainly if approved, we'll work quickly to implement the change as soon as possible. And we'll be implementing the change really by ensuring that our staff are well trained and our systems are updated so that the experience for donors is smooth and that there's an easy transition between the way we've approached this in the past and the way we're intending to approach it in the future. We know from experience now in the United Kingdom that that kind of transition is done if it's carefully planned. In the United Kingdom, they used a period of about 6 months to prepare themselves for that transition, and it set them up for success. They proceeded and implemented without significant challenge, and so we'll certainly be trying to do so within that period of time, and probably, hopefully, sooner than that. So that's really where we've been. We certainly recognize that many in the GBMSM community are anxious to have the opportunity to donate and feel that this is long overdue, and we're committed to taking the time to get this right. We also recognize and have had several engagements with patient recipient groups, and we think that the dialogue has been candid, fair, open, and transparent, and I think people understand our rationale and approach. Just the very last point to make, besides that submission, we also in the fall of this year received approval from Health Canada for a previous submission, which was to change the source plasma eligibility criteria for gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men. And since the end of September now, we've been using that approach in certain plasma collection centers, notably London and Calgary. So these are two steps, one already in play, that we're proud of in the sense of creating a more inclusive but not less safe blood system in Canada. And we're really looking forward to having the submission that we're going to provide to Health Canada within the coming days reviewed and engaging further on this subject.
Thanks. This is major progress. Glenda?
Thank you, and thanks, Isra, for your report. Can I just ask, in terms of the UK experience, they're a little bit ahead of us here in terms of implementing this change. Are we in touch with them and able to learn the lessons learned, both in terms of the data that they're gathering? Does that help strengthen our submission? But also in terms of practices to make the change, to perhaps make our change go very smoothly and quickly, because we can learn from them?
Yes, absolutely. So we, I would say we're in, maybe not daily, but weekly contact at some level. Their chief medical officer and I sit on the same committee. Their chief medical officer actually participates on our scientific and research advisory committee. And of course, Dr. Scher and their chief executive officer are in frequent contact as well, both formally and informally through different constructs. We exchange information frequently. We will be learning from them, no question. We're not informed so far by their data. We're very interested in their preliminary data. I'm reasonably confident that if anything did emerge in the United Kingdom to suggest that they were doing anything, or that there was any threat to the safety of their approach at the moment, that it would emerge quickly and we'd know about it. But they're planning on doing a 6-month assessment, which is only coming up early in the new calendar year. So we haven't had the benefit of their data yet, but we've had the benefit and will continue to have the benefit of their experience. And we take some pride in the fact that some of their decision-making was actually based on our experience and our research work. So it is a close collaboration.
Further to creating an engaging and empowering employee experience, we have received an Excellence Award as 2021 Canada's Safest Employer, and that's in the not-for-profit public sector. It recognizes achievement, leadership, and innovation in occupational health and safety. We also continue to advance organizational excellence, and I'll just highlight 2 points on here. One is our operations remain in a state of control. The other one is we're making progress on our online ordering. It might surprise many of people who are listening that we have a fax system for ordering from the hospital, and we're implementing an electronic version, which is welcome both for our employees but also for our hospital customers. This slide is showing the quality indicators. It's 8 out of 8 for the quarterly average, and there were no recalls. This next slide gives us the productivity results. It gives it over a 5-year period in some core areas of fresh blood components for recruitment, collections, production, and testing. And you can see the improvement in productivity at 141% for recruitment, 26% for collections. It's a very complex area to make changes, 71% for production, and 131% for testing. So just the summary of the 21-22 financial results at September 30th. Working capital did improve from the year-end. Our year-end is March. However, the bigger story in here is that our inventory increased by $14 million. As I mentioned before, at the beginning of the pandemic, there was concern about the global supply of IG, and we procured IG inventory to ensure we had product for patients, and then the demand declined. It was still increasing, but not increasing at the same rate. That also affects our cash balances. You can see our cash balances are down, so our unreserved cash days on hand went from 14 days to 8 days. In this particular slide, what it's showing is the total costs, and this is September 21 to September 2020. And so overall, there was a 9% increase in overall costs. The majority of that was in plasma, protein, and related products, and we'll see a bit of a breakdown for that. We had a higher general and admin, and that relates to advertising, and there's also costs for our plasma sites in there. A decrease in medical supplies, which relates to next generation equipment, and reduced personal product, the PPE supplies. This is a graph that shows 2021 plasma, protein, and related products and compares it to the prior year. You can see it's a 17% increase. And when you look at it, a good portion of that is related to IVIG and SCIG, or IG. 36 million is the price mix, 8.1 is volume. And you can see Hemlibra, I had mentioned that was on our formulary, had increased, but it's offset by the 6.2 million of bypassing agents. This is an analysis of our captive insurance operations. We're in a very healthy financial position, and we continue to be able to fully fund the extent of our insurance commitments. You can also see that there were market returns of 3.32%, which exceeded the benchmark. And with that, I will conclude that the first half of the fiscal year, we continued to advance our strategic priorities, and we had a relentless focus on delivering safe, high-quality products. We continued our commitment on donor and employee experience and diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we'll continue to monitor and adopt the capabilities required to meet and continue keeping the promise, no matter what the future holds. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much, Pauline. That went a little bit over time, but was well worth it, because it's an important opportunity to make public the state of play and the state of control of the organization. So thank you for that. And particularly thank you, Pauline, for stepping in Graham's absence. For those of you who may have tuned in late, Graham Scher, Dr. Scher was the CEO, but could not attend because of a death in the family. So let's now take a break, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock as we had intended. So it'll be a little less than an hour, and we can take our lunch and come back at 1. Thanks very much. And for those of you who are tuned in, I suggest you stay on the line or leave your lines open, just to avoid technical problems. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Bienvenue de retour. For those of you who are just turning in and missed the morning session, at least the Ottawa time morning session, I mentioned that Dr. Graham Scher was unfortunately not in the room today and not able to attend because he had a death in the family. And so Pauline Port, the Chief Financial Officer of Canadian Blood Services, has been acting in his stead, and she presented the deck this morning and will help respond to questions as they come in. So at this time, we turn to responding to questions, and these are questions that have been submitted by the public. Les questions du public nous seront transmises.
These will be offered to us online. If you submit a question online, we will get a response.
If we have time, everyone will get a response online. But even if we run out of time, we'll still respond to your questions in written form or email, as the case may be, to ensure that you get a written response over the course of the next few days. Deanna Jones, a member of our communications team, will read the questions. And Deanna, over to you. We're ready for the first question.
The first question comes from Taryn Fielder of Aurora, Ontario. I keep seeing posts online about how vaccinated blood isn't being accepted in parts of the world. Is there any truth to this? And does Canadian Blood Services keep a supply of unvaccinated blood for patients?
Let me turn to Dr. Levy for a response, but the issue of dealing with vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals is partly dependent on the transmissibility of the disease. Isra.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much for the question. So firstly, just to make the point, it's not blood that's vaccinated, it's people that get vaccinated. And it's the immune response of the body, some of which is blood-related, that provides the protection in response to a vaccine to fight off one of many, many types of infections. So I'm assuming that this question relates to COVID infection and COVID vaccination. But in a generic sense, our scientists and clinicians review all vaccines for their potential to either create a need for us to defer blood donation or not from the context of blood safety. And certainly some vaccines we do defer donors who have been vaccinated for some vaccines because the vaccine is a live attenuated virus, and there's at least the theoretical risk that the virus could be transmitted through a transfusion. COVID vaccine is not such a vaccine. There is no vaccine actually for which there's a scientific basis to defer the individual forever. And COVID vaccine, being the type of vaccines that they are, do not require any deferral. So the short answer is no. Blood donated by individuals who've received the vaccine is not associated with the risk of either infection or the individual being vaccinated. Obviously, creates a safe environment, safer environment within our donation centers.
Thanks. Deanna?
Thank you. So our next question comes from David Reichenhaller at St. Michael's in Toronto. I'm just curious about how the ongoing pandemic impacts the way you collect and manage the blood inventory. There is constant flux in the healthcare system now in terms of staff and scheduling procedures. What's the impact been on the management of the blood supply?
A general point, because the board has actually spent a fair bit of time with the advice of our medical affairs people in looking at this. And so one of the challenges has been the variability of the demand. And so as the lockdowns first started back in 2020, and we had fewer automobile accidents and fewer use of, or need for blood transfusion, we started to build up inventories, and then as donors were unable to come in during the lockdown or reluctant to, we started to run down inventories, and so managing that variability has been a major concern. However, one of the key points here in dealing with the collection process has been the safety of the donor experience. And for that reason, all of the CBS staff have been vaccinated, fully vaccinated. And that's been an important element of us. And of course, we've introduced new safety protocols in the collection clinics, in the collection sites, so that we can maintain that safety. But I'm going to turn back to Isra and perhaps Rick to add anything. Rick?
Thanks very much. I think Rick is going to take it first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you've made the very important point to say that we have aligned our collection events such that they subscribe to all the safety protocols. That, as a consequence, on occasion has reduced some of the bed models, and then we've been able to augment other sites and events to ensure that the capacity in the system aligns with the demand. And we've been able to do that on a very agile basis in ways and means that we might otherwise not have pre-pandemic. So we've been able to establish that flexibility. The other very important point I would make is that we participate regularly in engaging with the National Emergency Blood Management Committee to look at demand conditions, understand where different markets and health systems are going, and ensure that the forecast that we have is as accurate as possible, and that we use that to adjust the capacity in the system for collections, and that's been proven to be quite successful to date.
Okay, Deanna?
Great. So the next question comes from Andre Odette of Ottawa, Ontario. I'm a regular blood donor and have had all of my COVID vaccines. I'm not asked for proof of vaccination when I donate blood. Is this because donors are not required to be vaccinated?
So this is an actively current discussion going on. The simple answer is no. However, the seroprevalence consideration of donors, when you look at how many donors, what proportion of donors have been inoculated and vaccinated, you have a very, very high proportion, on the order of averaging around 93%. But Rick, again, I think, do you want to address the issue, or Isra?
Thanks. Yes, I'll take it. And as you've answered, Mel, that at this time that is correct. We are tracking the vaccination coverage status of the donors, and actually the very, very recent numbers that we received just earlier this week is that on average across the country we're tracking at about 97% of our donors are vaccinated. As you say, the issue's under continuing review. But we also factor in the epidemiology, where community transmission is at, and the context of the use of other measures to ensure safety of both our donors as well as our staff. So we still continue, as you'll know, to require that personal protective equipment is used, and there's screening criteria within the collection centres.
Deanna?
Great. So the next question moves us away from COVID-19, and it comes from William Jarvis of Calgary, Alberta. He says, My 4-year-old son asked me the other day why human blood is red. I realized that I didn't know the answer. Then I saw that Canadian Blood Services was accepting questions, and I thought I'd go ahead and try asking. Thanks for getting my son and I the answer.
Okay, so I'm trying to give you a reaction from the board, and all I can say is I'm looking forward very much to getting the answer too. I don't know the answer. Israel, please help us. Dr. Levy.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's such an interesting question. All human blood is red. It doesn't matter the color of your hair, the color of your eyes, the blood that's in people's arteries and veins is red. Interestingly, the difference in the color between blood in the arteries and the veins is the shade of red. So oxygenated blood, which is blood that has been through the lungs and is now pumped to the rest of the body to deliver oxygen, is bright red, and deoxygenated blood is a duller red. And the reason for the basic color of red is that blood cells, because blood itself is made up, interestingly, of fluid, water really, that is actually yellow. But because there's so many blood cells that have the function of delivering oxygen to the body, those blood cells give the color, give the plasma and blood cells and platelets the color red. There are some white blood cells that are not red. So the difference is that the cells that carry oxygen to the blood, unlike the white cells which fight infection, are very rich in a protein called heme. Heme binds with oxygen in a protein complex called hemoglobin. So if you go to your doctor will tell you what your parents' hemoglobin levels might be, because it's an important part of the body's function to know that there's enough hemoglobin to carry the oxygen. Now, hemoglobin has a lot of iron in it, and iron has a red color to it. And when the iron binds with oxygen, it binds in a way that is very bright red because of the way light is absorbed. And when there's no oxygen, it's a less bright red.
So I would just say that, William, I suggest that when you talk to your 4-year-old son, you don't talk down to him, because Isra didn't talk down to you or me. And I'm looking forward to after this meeting to asking why the sky is blue. But thank you. Deanna, do we have any more questions?
Well, Mel, if I may, it's not a dissimilar reason, because it's how the light gets absorbed.
I knew there was an answer.
Thank you both. That was fascinating. So this is our final question, and it comes from Naresh Singh of Burnaby, British Columbia. Why do I have to wait 2 months between blood donations?
Aha. This is actually an issue that does come to the board from time to time, to the Safety, Research, and Ethics Committee that's chaired by Anne McFarlane. And so it is a relevant consideration of what the appropriate interim period is and how many days, and I'll leave it to Isra to explain the biology of this.
Yeah, sure. That's another great question. And actually, it's a little bit more nuanced than 2 months, because if you're a blood donor that is donating the part of blood that is known as plasma, then you don't have to wait 2 months. You can donate every week. And that's because the plasma replenishes itself really within about 24 hours if you're having enough to drink. If you're a blood donor donating red blood cells and you're male, the reason that we need you to wait that period of time is that it takes the body about 4 to 6 weeks to replenish the majority of the blood that you've donated. So blood is made, red blood cells in particular, made in the bone marrow, and it takes about 120 days for a red blood cell to be made. And so when you lose a little bit of blood, if your own body is going to be making the blood, by the time 2 months roll around, there's enough replenishment of the red blood cells that we can confidently say we can take more of your blood without making you low in hemoglobin, the very product that I was just talking about for Stephen. I think it was Stephen, yeah, right? And so that's why we have the donation interval for red blood cells. For some people, notably for women, we need longer than that, and we go with 3 months really because women have lower iron stores, and that means that the body takes longer to replenish the iron stores than men. And that's purely for biological reasons because women lose blood through other natural mechanisms besides donating blood.
Thanks. Deanna, are there any other questions people have put in?
No, that's
Okay.
it for questions for us.
Thank
today.
you very much. Well, look, that was fascinating. I learned a lot there, too. Ron, I'm just wondering if our stakeholder presenters are ready. All right. So what we're going to do is take a break. We'll reconvene at 1:30. We're a little ahead of schedule, and we'll see if we can't get the stakeholders to come up a little early as well. So we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. As I mentioned earlier, Dr. Graham Scher, the CEO of Canadian Blood Services, is not here with us today as a result of a death in the family. We're sorry for that. But we're now at the portion of the open board meeting where we hear from members of the public and key stakeholder groups. This is a very important aspect of the meeting for the board, as it gives us an opportunity to hear from and engage with the people that this organization was really created to serve. Today, we'll hear from 3 presenters on a variety of topics. Let me, at the very outset, thank all the speakers in advance for taking the time to be with us today. Your contribution enriches our focus on achieving the best possible outcomes for Canadian patients. Just a reminder to speakers that you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentations, and there will be a timer visible on the screen to help you keep track. Given the virtual nature of this meeting, we'll need to be quite diligent about adhering to the set times. And with that, I'll invite our first speaker, Kat Lantane from bloodwatch.org, to present. Kat, over to you.
Thank you very much. We send our condolences to Graham and his family, and we were very sad to hear that news today from Chris as well. The first part of my presentation is that we wanted to address the neurological syndrome of unknown cause in New Brunswick, because we've been working on that file predominantly since later in this summer. We started to track it, of course, earlier in March. So there's some things that are really troubling with what's happening in New Brunswick, to be very frank. And I want to address some of the things that were spoken about earlier. The case cluster in New Brunswick is not 48 patients. It is 116 suspected cases. And they have dozens of referrals in the wings of patients that have demonstrated similar signs that have not been seen by a treating physician. So right now that's really problematic because the numbers that you're working from are not the correct numbers in New Brunswick. The second part is that we have questionable data coming from the epidemiological study that occurred. All those questionnaires were taken over the phone. None of those patients signed off on the questionnaires. None of those patients had the time to review or even saw their answers that were taken over the phone by the representative from public health that called them. These are patients who have memory issues, memory loss, or a family member was answering on their behalf to the best of their ability. So essentially and fundamentally, there's compromised data that they're working with. We have asked on behalf of the patients, and the patients have asked for copies of the questionnaires, and they still have not been provided. So you have partial data because you're not looking at the whole cohort of suspected cases. There's suspected cases that have been reported by other neurologists from across the country that have not been reviewed. And you don't even know because you haven't looked at the entire cohort, it's very difficult to get an entire picture of that patient group. So that's hugely problematic. Secondly, there has not been one soil, water, or food sample tested for neurotoxins in the province of New Brunswick. Dr. Murch has not been permitted to test for BMAA. The Canadian Institute of Health Research was told to stand down and are not participating in this investigation, and neither is FAC. So what's happened here is we had, and we know because we reviewed the documents, a full team on board to find out what the cause of atypical presentation of what seems to be multiple neurological disorders are in New Brunswick. That was totally dismantled for political purposes in that province. And it's unacceptable for multiple reasons, not only because the patients aren't being served, which is the most important, but because numerous scientists said and made it very clear, we believe that this is an environmental cause that is making all of these people sick. We have a public health crisis happening in New Brunswick that needs the kind of care and concern that it deserves. And so we are asking Canadian Blood Services to ask that a formal working group be convened where you have a seat at the table with CIHR, with FAC, and with Public Health in New Brunswick, and that this is removed from the control of the political wing of the government. I can't stress that enough. This is all fact-based evidence that we are presenting today to the board. It cannot stand as it is. This is an extremely unusual group with a very high number of young patients, with a third of them under 40. And as you know, scientifically, that's a big trigger to launch an investigation because it's unusual. It's not about whether they're demonstrating or their pathology is that they have different neurological disorders, but the fact that there is an unusually high number of young people who are being sick. And in closing, Mel, I just want to say this regarding the plasma file, which I know is coming up, and it's just one thing that keeps getting missing from the conversation. Canadian Blood Services is doing an amazing job when it comes to reconciliation. You're doing an amazing job when it comes to inclusivity for LGBT, for trans, for, you know, for all of that work that you're doing for Black Lives Matter. That is about dismantling the colonial system that is deeply rooted and attached with the patriarchy and corporate power. You can't do that and not take a stand to say, we have to get off the paid plasma system that fundamentally sources 80% of the plasma in America from the poorest and vulnerable class. And I just wanted to let you know that because it's going to be part of a lot of our work that we're going forward with the studies that have been finished. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kat. Let me address the latter point and then ask Isra to address your point on the New Brunswick cluster. On the plasma side, as you know, we are committed to increasing our self-sufficiency on the basis of non-remunerated voluntary donations of plasma. And that's why we're ramping up as quickly as we are, and as JP knows, I'd like to go faster to increase that. I really think that we are committed to increasing as rapidly and as fully as possible the non-remunerated voluntary donations of plasma. On the New Brunswick cluster, I'll just mention before I turn it to Isra that we have been working with PHAC and New Brunswick Health, and we have been very active in trying to monitor and keep track of the issue. And in fact, the board had a briefing on it yesterday with our microbiology people as well. But let me ask Dr. Levy to give a more fulsome reply.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks to you, Kat, for shining a light on this issue. It is interesting because, as you know, our surveillance of the blood system includes obviously regular monitoring of transmissible disease markers that are known to be transfusion related, and these are obviously infectious diseases. Theoretically, I guess toxins could be part of it. But we also monitor much softer signals in the environment. And actually, one of the earliest signals came to us from the unusual source of our own board chair, who had picked something up in New Brunswick media. And I'm not being jocular about this. This kind of syndromic surveillance is a new way of approaching epidemiological surveillance, where people pick up signals throughout the system. And then you've raised this issue for us before as well. Independently of those signals, we've taken the matter seriously because we know about it. We're monitoring these types of things, and that's exactly why we've been proactive in seeking to work with the scientists at PHAC and to connect with the New Brunswick officials. All I can tell you is our connections have been with scientists and officials within New Brunswick Health. The interactions have been professional, have been science-oriented, have been about jointly collaborating on investigating things through our perspective. And the situation is and will continue to be top of mind for us. If in fact further investigations reveal that there may in fact be an association with an environmental toxin, that would be, from our point of view, reassuring in that it would not have implications for the blood system. At this time, we're not seeing any signals that the blood system is at risk. But we're looking closely and we're keeping our eye on it. And as you heard this morning, we'll certainly be interviewing the people that we know about that are associated with the cluster. Thank you for raising the issue and continuing to raise the issue. And please be assured that we're not taking it lightly.
And in Pauline's presentation, when Isra spoke in Pauline's presentation, you talked about the addition of questions in the questionnaire as it went out and getting our own data on it as well. So that was, I think, an important part because of the connection then to the blood system. But thank you, Kat, and we are going to keep vigilant on this. Next, we have Angela Diano from Alpha One Canada, who's presented in the past. And Angela, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My condolences to Dr. Scher and his family. Thank you, Pauline, the Board of Directors, and the executive team for taking the time to listen again, as I share the desperate need of Canadian Alpha One patients. Today is my 9th presentation at an open board meeting. I am not sure if that is a record or not, but I am here today because I'm hopeful that today's presentation is a precursor to what will hopefully be my final presentation in June 2022. The CADTH PPP review for one brand of augmentation therapy, CSL Behring's Zimera, was initiated this fall, and the outcome of that review is expected in April 2022. I will be directing my remarks today to the provincial and territorial governments viewing this meeting to implore them to begin discussions between now and April to avoid any further delay in a listing decision once we learn about the CADTH recommendation next spring. As we know, once a CADTH recommendation is made, it can sit in the hands of decision makers for many, many months. But I think it is important to remember that Alpha One patients have been waiting years for this decision. Therefore, I think it is reasonable to request an immediate listing decision from the PTs upon the conclusion of the CADTH recommendation this spring. I recognize that not everything can fall into order immediately, but a lot of preliminary work can be done in parallel with the review to ensure no more time is wasted. I am not sure what will motivate the provincial and territorial governments to expedite this decision to list augmentation therapy with Canadian Blood Services, but we need to acknowledge that there has been a lost opportunity in the last 4 years to improve and prolong the lives of Alpha One patients. This year alone, 2021, 27 Canadian Alpha One patients have passed away. These Canadian Alpha One patients were at various stages of their illness. However, what all these patients had in common was the burden of the disease and a lifetime of chronic worry and stress due to the unnecessary complexities of trying to secure and maintain uninterrupted access to treatment. Unfortunately, for most of these patients, they never had access to treatment for their disease, and I'm pleading to the provincial and territorial governments to put a stop to this in 2022. Those few patients that did have access because they lived in the right postal code gained extra years with their families. But what is important to note is they lived with the constant fear of access being stripped away from them. They felt a huge sense of guilt while alive because they had siblings or cousins in other provinces or territories also living with this genetic disorder, but could not access treatment. Mr. Sylvain Garitsma of St. Catharines, Ontario, is in his 70s and strangely grateful to have served in the Vietnam War. Syl is a dual citizen, and though he has spent the majority of his life in Canada, he was drafted to serve in Vietnam. And he is thankful for this because it means he can receive treatment for his Alpha-1 at the Veterans Hospital in Buffalo, New York. So every week he crosses the border to get his augmentation therapy because he cannot get it in Canada. One of his daughters inherited his rare Alpha-1 allele, and he's just so grateful she's in British Columbia, where treatment is available. The inequities in access to treatment for Alpha-1 patients is tearing families apart across Canada. In my open board meeting abstract, I provided a link to Ms. Jackie Hunt's patient testimonial. Ms. Hunt of Edmonton, Alberta, was diagnosed with severe Alpha-1 this past summer when she learned that her lung function was in the mid 30% range, but treatment is not available to her in Alberta. She retired earlier this month from her career as a college instructor to dedicate her time to providing support and care to her partner, who's also battling a different health crisis, awaiting a kidney transplant. For Ms. Hunt to access the only treatment available for Alpha-1 in Canada, she's relocating to BC after the holiday season, where the treatment is available for all residents. In doing this, she's forced to leave her wife, who's on daily dialysis and awaiting a kidney transplant in Alberta. She must leave a critically ill spouse to save herself for their son. The roadblocks to accessing this plasma therapy has put this couple in a position of having to ask themselves, whose life is more valuable? So on behalf of Jackie and her partner, this is the question I'll leave you and the PTs with today. When it comes to providing blood and blood products to Canadians that require them, which is Canadian Blood Services mandate, why is it that some lives are more valuable than others? Thanks, Mel.
Thank you, Angela. A couple of quick comments, and I'll ask Isra to update us on the CADTH process. But for my time on the board and all these open board meetings, you've been our conscience for Alpha-1 patients. And you should be proud of that. And I'm sorry that we couldn't do more quickly. The 27 patients you mentioned who passed as a result of lack of access, again, our condolences and our hearts go out to their families. I have great sympathy for the problem that you identify of the differentials across Canada in different access to treatment. As a former federal official, I understand the difficulty and in some cases the horror of that kind of differential. However, I also respect the federal system we have, and as you've been very clear about addressing through us, the provincial governments, our funders, it strikes me that the CADTH process is crucial, and that you've called for, as I heard you, Angela, the immediate listing once the process is done. We can only contribute to the process. We can't arrange for the listing, but we would support you based on the results of the CADTH review, whatever those results are. Isra, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, thanks very much. And hi, Angela. It's good to see you again, but not good to see you again. I don't really have much to add, Mel, other than I think Angela herself and many of the other patient representatives would say, I hope, that as we believe, that the interim process has actually been working and that it is actually an improvement in at least some areas compared to how we used to do this. And one of those is predictability of timeline. Some of the delays or perceived delays in the process are beyond even Cadath's control, let alone ours. So the beginning of the process can only start when the vendor actually submits the request for the product to go through the process. So that was done in October of this year. When, I know, Angela, you know this, but once Cadath makes its recommendations, it really then comes to us for our assessment. We'll make our assessment and we'll submit our review as well as the Cadath review to governments. And it is entirely in the purview of governments as to how they individually or collectively receive those recommendations. So we do what we can to provide a balanced and fair assessment. We work in the partnerships that we do with Cadath. We're informed by the patient groups as well as by our own physicians and physician experts. We formulate the recommendations through what we think now is an ever more robust process. And if approved, we work really ever more diligently and vigorously to get the product to market as soon as we possibly can. So we'll be watching this one with great interest and participating at the points that we can.
Thanks, Angela. Next, we have Lanri Tangiaje from the Sickle Cell Awareness Group of Ontario, along with Dr. Jacob Pendergrass. I hope Dr. Pendergrass has been able to join us. Over to you, Lanri.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone for having us today. While some of the board members are sort of new to me, I am not a stranger to Canadian Blood Services. I have presented to the board a few times and served on the National Liaison Committee. I'm happy to have Dr. Jacob Pendergrass with me today, and he is not only a blood transfusionist, he's somebody who's very passionate about issues concerning blood donations and having adequate blood supply for our community. So Dr. Pendergrass will start the presentation and we'll go from here. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody. And I'm just going to make sure that you can, in fact, see my screen.
Jacob,
Yes,
we're sharing
we
your
can.
presentation.
That's it.
It's visible?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. So, and Chris, if it's okay, I'll present myself just because there's some animations in here. I realize that might not come out in timing for dramatic effect, I guess, if you were doing this on my behalf. So again, I'm one of the associate medical directors of the blood transfusion service at the University Health Network, and I'm an attending hematologist in the red blood cell disorders program at the Toronto General Hospital, where I've been seeing patients with sickle cell disease since 2004. And much of the management of those patients involves transfusion support. So we just wanted to discuss the current deferral policies that CVS maintains for donors with a history of malaria. And just to sort of quickly summarize what the current rules are, any donor who has ever had a history of malaria or has lived in an endemic area in the past 3 years is currently deferred. And if a history of malaria, that deferral is indefinite, it's lifelong. I'm going to contrast that with some other countries that, and this is Sheila O'Brien's paper that recently came out, has 5 countries. I'm just going to go through 2 others. One is the United States, where any donor who has a history of malaria is only deferred if they've been symptomatic in the past 3 years. Now, individual donor collection sites may have different policies, but in general, it's more permissive in the United States in terms of who they allow. And then comparing that with Australia, the approach there is that anyone who has had a history of malaria is deferred if they currently have symptoms or are being treated, but otherwise there is targeted testing of that donor to see if they are still at risk of transmitting the disease. And this is an approach that is similar in the UK and in France as well, where they also have targeted testing. So the question is why are Canada's deferral criteria in malaria so strict? And historically, Canada had a similar approach to these other countries in that there was a 3-year ban on donors with a history of malaria. And it was perhaps sort of an accident of timing that there were 2 cases of transfusion-transmitted malaria right in the midst of the tainted blood scandal when their Creever inquiry was underway with HIV and hepatitis C. And the feeling was that what we needed to do was to tighten up the acceptance criteria for patients with a history of malaria. And because there was no licensed assay at the time to screen donors for malaria, and because the impact of a lifetime deferral of people with a history of malaria was thought to be small, it was just extended to if you've ever had a malaria, you can never donate blood. Just as evidence that that policy is not even particularly effective, there was a 3rd case of transfusion-transmitted malaria in somebody who actually met those donor criteria simply because they didn't know they'd had a history of malaria. They had no idea. And so they ended up donating about 4 years after emigrating. And because of the life cycle of the malaria parasite, where there's sort of this cyclic phase between the bloodstream and the liver, they had obviously a latent infection, which was subclinical. So one could argue that Canada's more restrictive criteria have made the blood supply safer. If you look at the incidence of or reported incidence of transfusion-transmitted malaria in Canada, it's less than in countries that have targeted testing. But it's also apparently higher than the United States, which allows people to donate 3 years after emigrating, or if they're not, if they have a history of malaria, 3 years after having symptoms. So it's not entirely clear how effective a deferral policy this actually is. I think, again, this is just 1 year of data that we're looking at here, and there's obviously other confounders having to do with case finding and selection bias and that sort of thing. But certainly, I don't think you could argue with a slam dunk that this is necessarily even protecting people all that effectively in Canada. And most importantly, I think you could argue that things have in fact changed since these policies were put in place in Canada in the 1990s. The first is that there has been a large increase in the number of people emigrating to Canada who have the sickle gene mutation. And in fact, if you look just at the number of people emigrating to North America from Nigeria specifically, between 1960 and 2000, that number almost doubled. So there is a growing population of individuals in this country with sickle cell disease. And we recently did a study looking at how many of them were in Ontario, as an example. And you can see that it's not a small number. It's over 3,500. It's been estimated that in the entire country, it's maybe over 5,000. We don't know for sure. But it's a young population. These are people who are growing older, living longer, and as they get larger, are requiring more and more blood product support. And you can see that although the rate of natural increase appears to be trending downwards, because it looks like at least of the period we were looking at here, that the number of births is declining slightly, while the rate of death is fairly stable. Nonetheless, there are more babies born with sickle cell disease in Ontario than patients who pass away from the condition every year. So it's only going to continue to increase, even just through natural growth. This is not even including patients who come in here from emigration with known sickle cell disease, either from study or what have you. So it is not a small population, and it is continuing to grow. And importantly, patients with sickle cell disease require blood that has an extended match in order to prevent delayed hemolytic transfusion reactions, which are higher risk both in incidence and in severity in patients with sickle cell disease. And what this study has shown is that as you become more and more precise in your matching of blood for a patient with sickle cell disease, you are essentially requesting blood from a Black blood donor or someone with African ethnicity. which makes sense because many patients with sickle cell disease themselves have African ethnicity. So there is a growing demand for blood from donors from countries that have endemic malaria. So the need for the blood is getting higher. And as a result, as we are continuing to defer donors who have any history in their lifetime of ever having malaria, this is starting to affect the availability of blood for patients with sickle cell disease. And Landry, we can maybe speak a little bit to this, just as
Yes, so I just want to share my own personal story. As Dr. Pendergrass pointed out, sickle cell disease mostly affects people who are from sub-Saharan Africa, specifically Nigeria, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. I migrated from Nigeria in 1992, which is about 30 years ago, and I've never had malaria since I came to Canada. Yet, I am permanently deferred from donating blood to Canadians that may need my blood, especially those that have sickle cell disease, who also may be ailing from sub-Saharan Africa, have had malaria themselves, and need the blood. So we're asking Canadian Blood Services to reevaluate this policy about permanent deferral, because again, it is not effective and it is not allowing us to have that supply of phenotype matched blood that people with sickle cell disease need. Thank you, Jacob.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, sure, just a few more slides just to finish up here, if I could. So the need to diversify the donor base has already been recognized by Canadian Blood Services. We know that we need the donor base to more closely reflect the patient population that we're providing these blood products to. And so there was this exercise that I'm sure many people in this meeting were aware of and probably took part in, where a variety of stakeholders gathered to review strategies to improve the diversity of the donor base. And the number one recommendation was that, in terms of where we had the greatest consensus, was that we change the way we assess for malaria from verbal screening to actual selective testing. And there are some additional considerations here. It is true that the ELISA assay, which is in use to screen donors for malaria in Europe and in Australia, is still not licensed in Canada. However, and I'll stand to be corrected on this, there is in fact a PCR-based assay, which was licensed for use within a month of that scintigraphy exercise. So there is in fact an assay, which you would argue is gold standard. This is actually a PCR assay rather than an ELISA assay. So in conclusion, the lifetime deferral of donors who have ever had a history of malaria is going to be increasingly impacting the quality of care that we can provide for patients with sickle cell disease. And the transition from a verbal report of a history of malaria to selective testing for people who are at risk of having malaria or have ever had it is feasible, and according to this exercise at the scintigraphy exercise gathering, socially acceptable. And I'll just close with this quote again by Dr. O'Brien, who notes that there is a global trend away from the sort of the highly precautionary approach of the 1990s towards one in which we are not striving for zero risk, but having a more balanced approach of operational feasibility, cost, social responsibility, and risk mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you for reading our Dr. O'Brien back to us. Let me just offer an opening comment, and then Isra and Dr. Livy can respond. It strikes me this is a clear trade-off among three objectives. One is safety, one is access, and the other is cost. And these are things we grapple with all the time, and for which there isn't a simple answer necessarily. And you haven't presented it simplistically. I mean, it's something we have to struggle with. At the end of the day, though, we should keep in mind, and I know the board spends a lot of time thinking about this, the patients. And that to me is what should drive us in this. But having now pulled the pin on the grenade and rolled it across the room, Isra, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And Jacob, thanks. Nice to see you again. I think maybe the last time we saw each other was at that Syntegration meeting. There's a lot here, and some of it we may certainly want to take offline between Dr. Pendergrast and our physician group. And obviously, Lanry, hello to you too. You're not on the screen, but I know you're there. And I'm certainly quite happy to take some pieces of this offline as well with you. Particularly, if I can just, before I even address the immediate questions, make one observation to my board, our CBS board. Jacob, I think the slide that you used from Sheila's article was a 2019 article, and we actually review the malaria criteria pretty much annually, particularly for travel deferrals. We don't review the endemic deferral or the lifetime malaria deferral as frequently, but the 12-month deferral for travel-related malaria is now 3 months. That was a change made last year. So it's not the 12 months that was in the initial slide. Although this doesn't address the sickle cell piece, the sickle cell disease pieces that Lanry and Jacob have spoken to, it's relevant to our donor base in so much as the changes that we've made over the last 10 years or so have now added about 20,000 donors to our donor base. Now, those are not obviously necessarily the donors that would be specifically of interest to the treaters of sickle cell patients because of the demographic profile. But the other one, which I'd like to follow up with you offline, Jacob, if I interpreted your slide correctly, I think the higher rate that is seen in Canada compared to the United States was for travel-related importation of malaria. It wasn't for transfusion transmission of malaria. Transfusion transmission of malaria in Canada is zero and has been since the mid-90s. And it's not zero in any of the countries that have the other policies. So to your point, Mr. Chair, it is still a trade-off between safety and access, and we haven't even reached in Canada the stage of considering cost. And really, the tests, the soft underbelly probably is the performance of the tests. For a number of reasons, the ELISA test is really not a test that I think we would be comfortable within Canadian Blood Services, performs sufficiently well from a sensitivity perspective, and I doubt whether our regulator would see it. So we've had preliminary conversations with the regulator over the years, and certainly we've never had any indication that the existing tests would be satisfactory. I agree that the gold standard tests will one day be a molecular test. The test that is licensed in Canada is only licensed for research purposes. It isn't licensed for clinical purposes at this stage. So we couldn't actually use that test. But the real challenge, I think, with any of the tests is that they don't test for all of the malaria species. And the rationale behind the lifetime deferral that we've held in Canada is the fact that there's a case report, at least one case report, of one of the species for which not all of the tests pick up, a species called Plasmodium malariae, which we know from that life cycle that we saw on the slide that Dr. Pendergrast presented, can be a 40-year period, as long as 40 years. So the 3-year, 5-year line is arbitrary, which is why for a person with a history of known malaria, we defer for lifetime at this time. Lanry, your deferral there was some nuances there that I'm not sure I picked up, and we don't necessarily have to follow up on them now. But if you've never had malaria at all, even before you came to Canada, you would not be being deferred for a malaria-related reason. There may be one of the other 64 questions that we ask that deems you ineligible at this time to donate. So certainly if you're under the impression that the deferral is a malaria-based deferral and you have never had malaria in your lifetime, then we can certainly follow up with you individually through a medical inquiry through our program. So I think, if I may continue just a little longer, the malaria-related deferral pieces, I think, are really important and interesting discussion item. We can continue our discussion offline, but to our board, I would say, please understand that we do regularly review this. We do make science-based decisions predominantly based on the safety criteria. CBS, as you'll know, and Sheila reflects it in the article, is one of the world leaders on risk-based decision-making rather than striving for zero. So we very much are in agreement with that point. And we'll continue to review the malaria deferrals in light of emerging knowledge and as advocated for appropriately by treaters. I think I would argue that although they're related, the connection between deferrals for malaria and the lack sometimes of the preferred optimal matched blood for patients is actually a separate issue. And I'd certainly agree that the rare blood program that we've started operating at Canadian Blood Services, which I know, Jacob, you work closely with, I think we'd probably agree that it's made progress. It offers the opportunity for us to identify and stockpile units of rare blood. Sometimes we even go internationally to identify those when they're patients with unique needs. No question that we can do more. In fact, over the last year, and maybe this isn't very well known to the community, but we'll be happy to engage in a conversation about this. But in the last year, the supply chain program and the medical affairs program have been reviewing, in fact, how we can use new generation sequencing and the technology that's available to us now to increase identification, storage, and distribution of rare blood types for the sickle cell patient community. And we're already made some significant progress. One of the rare types, RO(r), phenotype blood that sickle cell treaters rely on. We've added about 50 donors a year to the availability of that particular type. There's no question we have more work to do, and we'll certainly engage with you as we develop our genomic and phenotyping plans.
Thanks, Isra. I heard you suggest that you follow up directly with Lanry on her personal issue, but then I'm going to suggest that based on this conversation, you and Sheila O'Brien come back to this Safety, Research and Ethics Committee for a discussion of malaria and how it's handled. So, and I think Anne agrees that the committee will consider that further. So look, I'd like to thank Kat, Angela, Lanry, and Jacob for the presentation. None of these were trivial issues. They were all quite substantive, and we will follow up on all of them, in fact. So I want to thank the four presenters for the time and their candor. Candor actually counts. I mean, we need to know what you're thinking, and that's been very valuable. Not that I doubted anybody as being a shrinking violet in this, but it's helpful to have the openness, which is what an open board meeting is for. So as we wrap up this virtual meeting of the board, we welcome any feedback you'd like to provide. Please submit any comments you have to engage@blood.ca. And this marks the end of our open board meeting, or the open portion of it. And I want to thank everyone for their presentations. Merci d'avoir été des nôtres.
Thank you for having attended, and for the very, very last time in my career, I'm going to bang my gavel.
Everyone.